I grab that. Should probably... Alright, stream is running. Let's refresh this, pull this up. Alright. Hello everyone! My name's Kane, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney. Today may probably be the final case. I'm at least going to try and do the entire case of the first game. Final case of the first game, yeah. So yeah. I don't really know where else to continue from that, so let's just continue with it. Rise from the ashes. Alrighty. So it's 2 murders, it looks like. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. February 22nd, 10-2, Wright & Co. offices. Why do I come here to office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are, finally! Ah, oh gosh, hold on. Yeah. Just realized my controller is connected, so it's actually vibrating. Let me disconnect that. That might have just messed with the audio for a second. Alright. Where have you been? My sister's trial's tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Yeah, I don't think you know anything. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the copy boy? I'm Phoenix Wright, the defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case. Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney. Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Oh, it's just like before. Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Let's examine everything. Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. I hear they're playing a second branch outside the city. Yeah, the bellboy was staring right at me. There's a poster of the Steel Samurai on the wall. Oh, so we did change it for Maya. Maya stuck it up here on the day that she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. I do sometimes get strange looks from the clients, though. Mia's plant, Charlie. I've been taking care of him in Maya's absence. Mia's desk. I sit here even less now that I've stopped taking cases. I'll at least dust it off once in a while. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. I tried reading one, and it made my head hurt. When I closed it, it slipped out of my hand, and then my foot hurt too. I think that was the same as before. Look at this! Apparently the button's not working. See this? It's my attorney's badge.
Ah, well, I've never seen a real one.
You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me.
Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit.
She analyzed it scientifically.
There doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'd give you $50 for it.
Sorry, but it's not for sale.
Yet.
Emma. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator?
Yes, that's right.
Is something wrong? No, it's just... you seem kind of, jumpy. Or maybe just young?
Young. I'll be 16 years old this year.
Oh, I see. Wait, only 16?
I'm set to be formally assigned in forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known. At my age, no less.
So what exactly is your current position, then?
Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age, no less.
Great, and our future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said trial's tomorrow?
My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't.
So it's a murder case.
I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. A scientific fact.
Fact. And there's a witness.
Just talk to her. You have to talk to her.
Right. I suppose I will.
I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but...
That's interesting. How would she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then?
Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know.
Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one.
I believe investigations should be done scientifically. Don't you?
Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm.
If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared.
Your sister?
I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of a case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done.
I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister.
My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school.
So they went to the same school, huh?
She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. Well, I need one.
Incidentally, Mia is a woman.
Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's name.
Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close.
Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her.
Huh?
But she's my only family.
Your only family? What about your parents?
They died in a car accident when I was little.
Oh. I'm sorry. Well, let's go to the detention center. Wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived.
God? I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want a raise this year,
Understood, ma'am. Oh, is she like a chief? What was that all about?
Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you to not come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Oh, you know me. Hey, how do you know me?
Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit.
I'm sorry. What exactly is it that you do?
My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district.
You're a prosecutor? Oh. Just like Edgeworth. 2 sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana, I mean, they're just like...
something wrong, Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright?
Nah. And it's just a weird bit of deja vu, I guess. Pose for the fans! This guard monitors the visitor's room. He's frozen in fear of the frigid Miss Lana. I'm feeling a bit chilly myself. Look at this! Why is the E button not working? Weird. I don't think it's the keyboard that's not working. I think it has something to do with unplugging the controller.
Your badge looks new.
I polish it daily.
In a few years, the gold plating will flake off. Then we'll see the real you.
Whatever happened to the innocent small talk?
Give it 3 years. Then we'll see what you have become.
I guess talk. A case.
There's something you should know from the start.
Which is?
The suspect in this case has confessed the crime.
Huh?
Wait, the suspect is... Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright?
Well, why don't you begin by telling me what exactly happened?
The crime took place yesterday, February 21st, at 5:15 p.m.
That's quite specific.
It was in the witness deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime.
Hi, that was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it?
The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office.
Is that true? Looking back, thinking back to that little intro cinematic at the beginning, which kind of gives you like a brief intro or whatever, it looks like the murder took place in 2 buildings. Well, that already tells me one thing. First off, one of the murders is fake. And she's probably the fake murderer. But at the same time that she was fake murdering someone, I'm assuming, someone else was doing the actual murder. That's what I'm going with at the moment.
The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car.
Prosecutor's office? Huh. In your subordinate's car? Our trunk? Classy.
I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were.
Well, that's just great. So, who's the victim?
An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. Detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach.
By you?
Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal.
I see.
Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you?
Uh-oh.
What? Mr. Wright, what does it mean?
Well, it means
the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so.
this case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So, you're the chief prosecutor?
That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by the prosecutors in this district.
So you probably even know about the whole Manfred von Karma and Edgeworth trial.
I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell.
That's an awfully large nutshell.
Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't.
Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, yeah. Huh.
Oh, this. I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is.
Huh?
I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose.
How am I supposed to defend this?
Time to change the subject.
Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her?
Emma told you that too, didn't she?
Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office.
Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia.
Hey!
It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students.
Different?
She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me.
Excuse me?
Intellectually attracted. Lana was at top of her class in school. I was the best there is.
Oh.
I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way.
Sounds a bit different when Emma says it.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Excuse me?
as you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say, there's no way you can take this case. None. Alana! Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana, I know! So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
I'll leave our discussion as here is ended. The rest, I leave to you.
Oh. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense?
Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over.
Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this.
Lana's confessed to the crime, yeah. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Huh? About what?
My sister. She's not always like that, you know.
I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again.
She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her.
I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her?
I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... Well, maybe not.
Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we?
Okay.
So instead of having Maya, we're gonna have you as our assistant, Emma. Pretty sure you also end up being in the later games. If memory serves me right. I'm gonna be completely honest, this doesn't look as much of a parking lot as it does to me, like some kind of, I don't know, lab? I don't know. It just looks a lot more high-tech than I was guessing? I don't know. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. So this is the lot where it all happened.
Looks like they're still investigating.
Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this.
Hey everyone, keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they are going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello.
Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine the crime scenes?
I'm trying not to stand out too much, you see?
Hey there. Expecting it on out?
You expect...
Oh, wait. I might remember. You expecting to go on nuts around your partner?
Partner?
Yep, I faintly remembered you. What do we have here? Looks like a Bambina's got loose from the ranch because up's no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner.
Mr. Marshall.
Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Look here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, see?
Strike?
It's our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti you know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to?
What's this guy talking about?
You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Was that a hombre, a friend of yours?
It's kinda, sort of, yeah. He's a detective.
Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Well, let's start by examining. I noticed something that immediately catches my eye. What's this? Wallet. Excuse me, officer.
Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Wright?
What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police.
I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket.
How is that scientific?
Sounds like theft to me.
A foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. Huh.
I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay?
By the way her eyes are sparkling, I can tell she's been waiting for this.
Okay, now. Look at the court record. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start by examining from every angle. Oh look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out with the press of enter.
Oh. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID number 5842189.
See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful?
I guess. No, I don't see what science has to do with it. Oh, who is this? Goodman's ID. An investigator's ID card found at prosecutor's office crime scene, 5842189.
Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find.
I guess I gotta be on my toes from now on. Yeah, I think, Oh, hey. Hit the wrong button. So now, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can check every piece of evidence now.
So this is what the back of a badge looks like. I always thought it had a safety pin.
Each badge has a number carved into it. That way, you can tell which attorney it belongs to.
You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone?
No, I'd be found out right away.
Well, that's no fun.
26381. I wonder if there's any, like, Easter egg significance to that number. Like, is it... I don't know. Tangled up in cords! Well, more like a cord, but whatever. Anything else? Nothing. Alright. Alright, let's check this out. Why not? Doesn't seem like oh. A name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID number, yeah.
I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs.
What else would they use?
Letters, silly. They're the reason we have written language in the first place.
True.
Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID, yabba dab.
Yabba dabba dab!
See?
I wonder if that's actually supposed to be... Whatever.
See? Wouldn't that be better?
Yabba dab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it.
Exactly my point.
Doesn't take much to amuse her. Makes you think of someone else, yeah. Doesn't seem like there's anything else. Why are the rotate buttons HNBM? HN... what? It's WASD, but it don't even work. What? It's a lot... Wait, no, my keyboard's like... Hold on, let me just check something. Is my keyboard working? Yes, it is. Okay. If I go to like a... If I clicked on Chrome, it says it's working, like trying to type in some... So it's just for the game for some reason. Weird. Wonder what that is. I'm again going with the assumption that something I did with the, whatchamacallit. What's the word? Controller, yeah.
Aha! A ladder.
That's a step ladder.
What's the difference? In scientific terms, please.
Scientific,
Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright.
This all seems so horribly familiar somehow.
Here, a phone. Let's see if it works.
Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching.
I can't hear anything. My ears. No, my ears. It's due to the barometric pressure.
What is she babbling about?
Hey, what did you say?
See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken.
Look, a door. This must mean something.
I'm not sure that door means anything. I don't think that doors mean anything.
No, it won't open. A mysterious lock.
I fail to see what's mysterious about it.
Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more.
Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Here's the door.
This is where cars leave the lot.
There on the ground makes it look more like an entrance.
What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit.
Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose?
Huh, the theory of relativity.
What?
I gotta write this down. Now, hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British?
This Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? An oil drum. Looks like it's been filled with water.
It's heavy. I can't even budge it.
The drum over here is on its side.
Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout.
I think he'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested.
What? I'm not suspicious.
I beg to differ.
This wall's in our way.
It's got a faucet for water.
Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank.
I fail to see how it makes any difference to either way.
Aha! Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice.
You can see the whole parking lot from in there.
It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe?
Bonk, bonk. No.
Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later.
I hate to break to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office.
You know, I scored a 97 on my science.
Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Not one person in this universe would be able to pass a common sense test. Oh. Huh. Oh, what's this?
Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is.
Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet.
Scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car?
Well, that little filly's got a good nose on her. You wanna know who rides that red Mustang with the body in a saddle, huh?
Please.
No problem, partner. How about time for victuals anyway? Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might just find you a cerveza you like. Prosecutor's office? Prospector's office?
Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Fiddle Saloon Cerveza.
Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great.
Great, maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out.
Excuse me. You two all sit? Us?
Us?
Oh. What's this? She couldn't be.
You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene.
Hello. Half and half, was it?
Oh, thanks.
And you, sir? Yes?
Some crunchy goodness coming at you.
Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. I mean, free food's free food, as long as it's not poison and you're not the killer.
This area's off limits to anyone without clearance. Especially passerbys. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days at the Cough Up Queen are over.
Cough up? Huh?
You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned to my mind, as you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you're slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder. The stabbing of that detective.
What?
A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about?
Please, cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened.
The name says Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Oh, before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she means it. Anything new? Anything changed? What happens if I... Oh, I can't even... It won't even let me slide now. You took my legs! Or at least my ability to move. Which is my leg? Have a look at this. I keep trying to press E.
A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling in Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? Wow, it's really crunchy.
Box of pickles. Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. I'm not a fan of pickles. I mean, if you like them, you like them, but... Personally, I just think their taste for me is a little overwhelming. But hey, more pickles for someone else at least. How about this card?
Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no card. Especially not a card belonging to someone else.
Oh no, this isn't a credit card. It's an ID card. It belongs to the detective.
And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady. Why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective.
Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked?
Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like how I know that daily special on Friday every week is salmon.
Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason?
You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. Shoshi's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday? Yes, I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have any personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the Cough-Up Queen. Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really?
Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So, what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Star?
I was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. To see Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties cut to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife.
Wait a second. You know Lana Skye?
Of course. It's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light.
Now, why would this be pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? I get the feeling she probably has something against Lana.
Can we ask you about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? But no. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell of someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. Never mind, you win.
I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite's flavor.
Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there?
The glass-walled booth?
I sell my lunches then, since I'm here anyway. I drop in to see him.
Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. I swear to God if it's Larry.
So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here.
Useful analysis.
Not.
Do you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility.
Hostility? Huh, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in a chowder.
I wonder if the Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past.
That'd be sure cause of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course. Now you're talking, cough up queen.
I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure.
I knew it!
Also, yeah, of course, this is Edward's room.
This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really.
Thanks.
Look, there's a trophy or something here.
Trophy? What? That shield?
It takes a real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk.
Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Long time no see, Edgeworth.
Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth!
Wait, you know? You know him from somewhere.
Of course! I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and...
Right. Our sister's a chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk.
No, No. It was just Mr. Right here, Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case.
Murder?
Polly was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot.
That would be my car. What of it?
What? Your car?
I'll say one thing, she can certainly scream. But I can't, because then I'll get people concerned. There's a lot to inspect in here. Chess!
Hey, chessboard.
I'm not too up on my chess, but looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot.
The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn.
Huh?
Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. The Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright?
Edges. Surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing.
Whoa, these are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder.
Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights.
He must have someone get them for him.
Yeah. Strange. Why don't we just picture Detective Gumshoe?
He must study the case reports so closely. He's so cool.
I wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder.
Oh, cute. What a pretty tea set.
I go more for the instant tea bags myself.
Amazing. The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. One exquisitely splendid concoction.
There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect.
What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection.
Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe?
Maybe I'll take that name's plaque as a souvenir.
Don't. He'll sue you.
Whoa, what a view. Must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor.
I guess you would feel important.
Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact with the ground would be... Got it. Approximately 3.23 seconds.
That's handy to know. And terrifying.
My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth.
No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before.
And beside it, a giant steel samurai. Wow, I want one.
Huh? There's something right on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy.
Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancée?
I don't think so.
Wow, this jacket's even lazier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket.
Lucky jacket. Right. Never seen him wear it.
I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture.
She's getting way too excited about this. I've been wondering, what the heck is this?
It has a big K on it.
Prosecutors. Huh? Oh, King of Prosecutors, isn't it? Huh? What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy.
King of Prosecutors?
It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? What? So that K, that's...
K stands for king?
Yeah, you had a problem with that. I didn't design the thing.
King of Prosecutors. Kinda like Employee of the Month, only better.
King of Prosecutors trophy, given to Edgeworth, King of the Prosecutors, at the PD on the day of the murder. Let's take a look at it. Right off the bat, anything I can check? There's something here.
Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here.
Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it.
Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner?
Yeah. That's probably it.
Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime.
She says it, his name does have a kind of ring to it. Anything else? I don't think so. Yeah. I do wonder if there's... It looks like you could probably take that metal plate off if you could just get the screws off. But... I'm wondering if maybe there's something in here, because it looks like this is, like... You could probably fit something small in here. Nothing too big, obviously, but you could probably put, like, a folded piece of paper or something in there. So I'm wondering if maybe we can find a way to take off the screws. Maybe there's something in there? It was on the day of the murder, so I'd say it's some important. Anything else? Oh, the couch itself.
Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy couch. Sofa.
Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap.
I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket and rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow.
I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working.
I mean, in the morning he has sofa hair, and little creases in his cheek.
Okay, this is starting to get a little weird. Sofa hair is cool. That appears to be it. Alright. Look at this. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago.
What? You want to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yet, my path is laid out clearly before me. I have no time to reflect on what might have been. What about this? Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this.
Mr. Wright!
Huh? What?
Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh. He'll take it for sure, won't he?
Wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth. But then my sister would be found guilty.
If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, right? You could take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty.
Huh? Why's that?
I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. Police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown.
You've been there, right?
Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah.
I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken?
What does it matter? I got more important things to worry about.
Oh, right.
Doesn't seem too concerned about his ward, for better or worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office.
Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday.
I do actually want to check this again. Can I check the empty, broken part of it? Doesn't seem like I can. Nah, doesn't look like it. That's a no-go. So, the body was found in your car? Go ahead and say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less.
No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed it. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean...
Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then?
Yes, sir. I'm this guy. It's nice to meet you again.
That didn't sound forced at all. Oh, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit, it was a surprise for me too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow.
You? Mr. Edgeworth?
To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there's some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? It's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop.
But...
Some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky. Yes, we first worked together on a case about 2 years ago. It was my first big case.
That's right, I remember.
2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I've always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken.
Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the worst person, but I'm sure she feels some responsibility for you.
Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Ow! What?
What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon?
To be specific, it was the knife that I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth's knife, the murder weapon. Usually in Edgeworth's toolbox. Trace of victim's blood, no prints. Interesting. No prints? Weird. Why? Well, actually, I mean, that's not weird now that I think about it. You can just wear gloves, I assume, and that prevents prints. Or we could have a repeat of what happened in the last case, where someone burned their fingerprints off. If that happened again, then I would just be confused on who hasn't burned their fingerprints off in this universe. Edgeworth. What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, you can't take a joke.
You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright.
Could you tell me more about yesterday? The day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office.
Cleaning day?
Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transfer.
Wiping your hands full of cases, in our words.
Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. It was an annual review and rewards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. When did the guy die again? Do we know? Or do we even have like a... We don't have an autopsy report just yet. I should check this real quick, actually.
This must be the victim's blood, right?
Either that, or Edward's cut himself peeling an apple.
What's Edward doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild.
Edgeworth? In the wild. I think my fruit peelings theory is more likely.
Are you kidding? I was picturing him as an outdoorsman.
Now there's a scary thought. Anything else of note? It doesn't appear as though. Does it look like you could probably, like, deattach the blade or something? I don't know. Anyways, 5:12, okay. That's very precise.
People like myself and Mr. Edward pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright.
No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Huh. Parking stub. Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot. Entered a lot at 5:12 p.m. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So how the heck is your car the murderer scene then? Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm thinking about this wrong. What the heck am I saying? The murder took place around 5:15.
So the murder happened right after you got back?
What right? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh, you. I forgot about you.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises?
Hi, Edgeworth. What is it?
I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all.
Sky, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir.
I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow.
Mr. Edward's lid isn't on very tight, is it?
I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but, sir... I'm just following orders, sir. He told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with us, sir. Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins.
Right. Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month.
But, sir, I didn't know.
Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir. Ah, call me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now.
Well, let's do what he says, Mr. Wright.
The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down at least. Hi there. Oh, hold on. Take a look at this.
Ew. You said you wanted some hot tea, right?
No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me.
How long is it?
I should check this real quick. Alright, Miles Edgeworth, 1712. This is dated the day after the crime.
The murder took place 3 minutes after Edward parked his car. If only he was held up at a couple extra red lights, he wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair.
Perhaps.
This goes to show you can never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light.
I don't think that's the focus here. Nothing in the back? Yeah. Though, didn't he say 512, 1512 on it? No, he said 512. What am I saying? Ow! Alright.
We're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office?
Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. Police department, huh? I've never been into criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Oh, Jesus.
Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that?
Oh, wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him a police mascot.
Wow, Mr. Wright. You sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow.
Forget the Blue Badger.
Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh, he knows me.
Sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal. What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, I guess he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Look at that patrolman saluting the other guy. Must be a detective. And then I said, hey, who did that? Your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried.
I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes.
You make a good pair.
I always get excited when I come to a police station.
Why is that?
Just feels like I've jumped to a movie.
Huh?
You know, with all the police and criminals.
Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting.
Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust.
Funny. I thought we were talking about the weather.
Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white?
No idea. Why?
Well, I think they were designed after a panda.
A panda?
Not that I have scientific proof. It's just a theory.
Do you mind me asking how you came up with the theory?
It was when I was on school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We'd just been at the zoo, you see.
What about zebras? Or did they not have those at your zoo?
The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign.
Nice slogan.
I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting test sets.
I don't think it's that kind of campaign.
What family wouldn't want to sit at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar.
I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. Usual wanted posters are hanging up by the bulletin board. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911.
You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. Never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human.
She has a point.
I was wondering about that.
What? The Dancing Blue Badger? That's my masterpiece. It's terrifying. I just noticed there's handprints on it. You made this, Detective Gumshoe. The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal.
Nice work.
It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so you just dance, dance, dance until the batteries die.
Poor Blue Badger. Fade to dance until he drops.
A work of art designed by chief detectives and created by Detective Gumshoe. That handprint concerns me, or at least just intrigues me at the very least. Oh, you can't even, like, check this one. So the main things that I know is the top right of its, like, headpiece, or I guess just its head, is seemingly held together by duct tape. But more importantly, of course, is the fact that there's a blue handprint for some reason on the cheek of it. Otherwise, I don't think there's any other markings on it. Maybe this, but I think that's just more so the lighting. Yeah. Wonder why this is there. Seems important. Did I examine everything? No, I didn't. Detectives in there looking pretty busy.
Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, police are in action.
Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Alright, I think that's the end of it. Look at this! Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show the police badge. Enough said.
I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice.
Wait. Speaking of ID cards, I found that detective's card, didn't I? Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this?
Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into police. It's people like you that get me into so much trouble all the time.
Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot.
Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman? Sounds familiar. Ah, my mistake.
But didn't you work together with him in the criminal affairs?
Whoa! Now I remember! Bruce Goodman! He's a victim!
That's what I thought.
Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe?
Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday.
Were you there at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. Now I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently, he's forgotten.
But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's offices.
Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors.
Found Mr. Edgeworth's car stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife. Huh. What chief prosecutor's guy to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't. I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth.
Car and knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened?
We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Is this gonna be the same thing? Yep, okay. Okay, here. I'm gonna let the bull badger stare at everyone's souls while I go to the restroom real quick. Alright. Alright, Blue Badger has stared at everyone's souls for long enough. Let's check him out.
As a detective, I had to keep my mouth shut on that one.
Why do you have to keep your mouth shut about Blue Badge?
I'll give you one piece of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case.
Why not?
Huh? Well, it's just the chief prosecutor's confessed to the crime. She just summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him.
Well, she's not telling the truth.
Yeah, well, no. Come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her.
But what if the evidence was faked?
Hold on, I'm just gonna move something real quick. Okay. Apologies, I wanted to do something real quick. Alright.
But what if the evidence was faked?
Hey, pal. Can I speak to you a second?
Huh? Me?
Why is this little girl so peeved at me?
She's a relative of the suspect. She's Last Guy's sister.
Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister?
Just please, investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked.
Huh?
It's a sensitive issue with us these days.
So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe?
What? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of the criminal affairs.
Detective Gumshoe? What did you do this time?
What do you mean this time?
Then what happened? I know things are busy now. I mean, with my sister's case and all.
It's true. We never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being led into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is a chief of detectives. You're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all.
None of you?
I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd?
So, anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger ants down pat.
That is... hold on. That is really strange, thinking about it. Why wouldn't you... That sounds like the perfect way to make it so that you have detectives make your own evidence.
Is there anything else you could be doing?
Chief of Police himself directed this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot.
Officer Marshall.
Now that I think about it, I did seem to know that Marshall guy.
Patrolman in charge of crime scene. It's unheard of, pal.
So, this ID card belongs to the victim?
He was a detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman.
Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it?
Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago.
Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is, Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot.
And was confessing as much.
He's in a tough spot again.
Again?
Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney Hammond.
But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent.
Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Not outright, but they were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting.
But there's no evidence against him.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had an unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious.
I had no idea it was under the gun.
Anyway, this latest case started a new rumor. People say that the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself.
What?
I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is behind the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know.
Thank you.
What?
Why aren't you handling this case, Detective Gumshoe?
What?
We met the guy who was... Wait, what was his name? The guy in the parking lot.
That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed director by the chief of police.
Officer Marshall? Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something?
No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA.
For a moment there, I wasn't sure.
Look, pal, let me try and make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe.
Letter of introduction received from Detective Gumshoe allows the bearer to investigate the crime scene. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere.
Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal.
Before I do that, what if I show it to you? Nope. Looks like the investigation is still going.
I have to be getting back to the shop.
Sorry.
Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in the pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby.
Oh. Still here. Hello.
Oh. Your boyfriend's Marshall, isn't it?
Didn't I mention? I got a boyfriend in the criminal affairs too. In the criminal affairs too.
What happened to the security guard?
Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd.
Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene.
Yeah, shut it. Fine. Just look at this.
Would you mind reading this for me?
What's this? I warn you, fan letters for me go straight to the spittoon.
It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate?
Gumshoe. Ah, that old cow dog. You want a birthday party or something?
Huh?
Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation.
Ah, I think he just miswrote it.
Wait, why am I getting all defensive here?
No worries, this proves it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than blood test. Guess I better let you in then.
Thank you, Officer Marshall.
Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me.
Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher?
Well, folks, clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. We'd like to settle a strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny.
Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
I say I won't be needing this anymore. Crumpled and discarded.
I see your badge. Looks pretty round. Our badge is a star, lone star, shining in the nighttime sky. A beam of light, illuminating evildoers who come in the dark of night.
Note to self, evildoers are weak against starlight.
Hey, that's a sheriff's badge.
What's that? Some sort of police passport?
This is Detective Goodman's ID card. Strangely enough, we found it a good distance away from the crime scene.
Good distance in this rat hole. If you want distance, get yourself to Texas.
Texas?
This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. What difference does a few yards make, compadre?
Note to self, if you encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. There's no better way to study than to hang out with the pros.
Ah, a toy shield. Suits the boy well. What exactly could you shield that? A toy knight, maybe?
Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't like him, right? We get the point.
You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these.
Let me guess. Did it have a K for King of Detectives on it?
Hey, we can use the same shield over and over.
Note to self, the prosecutor's office and criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap.
You know it. They're gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. Alright, compadre, count 3.
Huh?
You gotta do that if you got dry evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas.
Remind me never to visit Texas.
5:12 p.m. Prospect is this bright red steed came in at a trot, real slow like.
A trot?
My Madonna tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later. So it seems a cheap prospector was lying in wait. Maybe waiting for a prince to ride in on his bright red horse.
So what you mean is the killer intended to use Edward's car all along.
Ah! Don't shoot!
No, wrong button. Anything new? Aside for the obvious, obviously. This looks like a cell phone.
Ow. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to.
What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Right, let's check it out. Click.
This phone's still on the redial screen.
Redial.
Mr. Wright, most phones keep a record of all calls you've made and received. Just press the blue button and display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it.
Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. You never know with people from your generation.
Whatever, let's check the phone out.
Man, what a boring strap.
What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know?
Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know.
I see the series as popular as ever with the kids.
Bonk.
Ah, see the owner of this phone called last.
Note to self, defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes a button.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, that song. I know that.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Sorry.
I see you, partner. You pressed the redial on that phone there, did you?
Well, yeah.
whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there.
This isn't. That belongs to Chief Prosecutor Sky.
What? It's my sister's.
She barely dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this.
Who'd she call?
No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones.
Oh, that? I'm sorry, that was my phone.
What? Your phone?
Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. Wrong number.
I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner.
Oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Property of the Lost Sky. The last call made on 5/18 on the day of the murder. Alright. Let's see, is there anything else that'll happen if I check this? There's no need to press this again.
What's wrong? You look like I do doing finals.
Never mind, it's nothing. Okay, seems like we're good here. This appears to be the car where the body was found. Looks like the lock on the trunk is busted.
The crime took place in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. Just screams I have money to burn.
Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. B-block is through here. That's where visitors park.
I can see the lunchland car over there, far in the distance.
Hey, you're right. I like the cute design of the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching on a juicy-looking steak.
Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy?
Just don't think too deeply about it, and you'll be fine. Yeah, that's weird.
This rope, is it?
Yeah. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body.
So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him.
You have got to be the only person I know that would come up with that conclusion. Anything else? Oh, the A.
A block. This is reserved for prosecutors.
Defense attorneys are relegated to B block.
I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright.
I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Alright, seems like we're good.
My sister's cell phone.
Last time it was used was at 5:18, right after Goodman was killed. Maybe she was canceling her date for the night.
I just want to make that call. Well, considering we saw at the beginning in the little cutscene showing that there was like 2 events taking place, it had to be with the other person then. Weird, weird, and weirder. Ow. Sorry. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim?
Good men always die young. Remember that, partner.
Could you be a little more specific?
Bruce Goodman. He was a good detective, right?
Well, aren't you face the doggy there now? Such Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the table.
I think he means a witness, Miss Angel Star. Which reminds me, I should probably look at everyone's file and stuff. That's the same. Age 16, high school junior and self-styled scientific investigator client. Client, sister of Lana Sky. 29, defendant, chief prosecutor for the district, wounded on her right hand. Mysterious lunch lady, witness to the murder known as the Kaffa Queen. Patrolman investigating the incident at the prosecutor's office. Thinks he's a cowboy. Yeehaw.
One stabbed in the chest, a fine piece of work. Here's the autopsy report.
Thank you. Death due to loss of blood. One knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m.
Was my sister involved with the victim in any way?
Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Sty and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all.
Nothing in common?
They apparently worked together on a case a few years back.
So there's no motive.
Goodman wasn't particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why they didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor.
But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot?
So it seems. Like calling an unknown man to a shootout at high on noon.
I don't mean any offense, but... Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective?
Call me out. They shoot you for that in Texas.
Huh?
I was one of them fancy shoot detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth.
Oh, really? Now he tells me.
You're a patrolman now. How can you be in charge of a crime scene?
Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina?
So why are you in charge?
No reason. Just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye on the meantime.
That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least.
He's nothing but a saddle cow dog. I can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, huh?
Edgeworth?
That cow dog's been kicked out of his cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, he don't realize it yet.
Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation?
So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister?
That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. My many condolences.
Officer Marshall?
Yeah, Bambina?
How can you say that? You and my sister, you were...
Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about?
I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office.
Dry wind or ill will? Someone's up to something here, but who?
Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now.
Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean?
He was unbeatable and because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you.
But rumors are just rumors. Aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them.
If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say.
One person? Who?
Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky.
What? My sister?
Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals.
What? You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials?
Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around you somewhere. Everyone knows it.
Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the...
Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case?
Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth?
Someone's controlling this whole thing, it already feels like. But who? Oh, Edgeworth is gone. Oh. We're dusk. Is there anything new with the... I don't feel like going back and checking all this. Hi. Oh, nope. Nope. This? You know, I didn't even think about that. Did I ever even show the autopsy I was given to you? Nope. Oh, I shouldn't have. See this? Yeah. Nothing. Okay. Or have I not checked yet? Did I not present everything to you? Oh, I never checked this. Name of the deceased, Bruce Goodman, 36 male, day and time of death, February 21st, between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Cause, loss of blood from chest wound. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. A 4.5-inch knife. How big is this? Do we know? Can anyone tell me the size? Victim's blood. No, it doesn't say. Weird. No, I already showed him everything. Is there something in here I haven't examined yet?
Why are my buttons not working?
Wait. Persona... Whatever. What's this? Looks like a nose some sort?
Look, something's written on it.
You're right. Let's see. 67S 12-2. Goodman? His name printed on the paper.
There's a name printed on a paper above that. Goodman.
Maybe thought it was Pocket when he was killed.
Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright.
I'm sure Edgeworth won't know what this means either. You know, if you turn your head upside down, if you look at it upside down, it says 221 SL9. Is there any significance to that? SL9? 1221? Wait, no, 221. Oh, wait! Yeah, same. No, this thing has to be upside down then. Because it matches with this, then. But what's SL9 mean? Does this card show anything SL9? Doesn't seem to. SL9. There might not be anything related to SL9 that I know of yet.
So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright?
I guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from this victim, and a cell phone.
So you think we'll be okay?
Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it.
No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal.
Oh, by the way, Emma,
Yes?
I know that song your phone plays when it rings.
What?
It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? A popular TV show for kids. Phone the ringing wasn't mine. It was yours. 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma?
Huh. I'm sorry.
Can you tell me what you talked about?
She hung up right away.
I see. Interesting. Property of Lost Sky. Last call made to her sister, Emma, at 5:18, on the day of the murder. The detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. Got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. Alright, time for the first part of the trial.
How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright?
Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas.
Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area.
Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate.
I believe in you, sis.
Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. There's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without Faye helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself.
Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way.
Classes! Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Miss Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot.
Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything.
However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. The cough-up queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere?
You ordered the caviar lunch, right?
Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. They're just really wolfing it down.
Ah, and for you, I have a fiesta bowl.
Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession?
Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox?
It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please.
Well, Your Honor, how does it taste?
So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like?
Name. Profession. Now.
Me. My name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us.
Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating.
Hurry it up.
Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime.
Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional.
Huh? What exactly does that mean?
Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective.
What? Miss Star was a detective.
Ah-ha! I know who you are. Cough up.
Cough up Queen, Angel Star. Your Honor? Long time no see.
Very well. You may continue with your description, Miss Star.
Just who's this lady?
If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot of the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks.
I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes?
The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot.
And who was this valiant witness?
Why, it was me, Your Honor.
Parking lot with Edward's car.
Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime?
Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright?
I can't agree on your principle, Your Honor.
It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star.
Wait, are they talking about me? Witness account.
Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver the lunchbox to my boyfriend, when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car.
Through the wire fence? Wait. Huh? Why are you over here? Well, I guess you are Parkland, but... However...
The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust a pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching.
As you can see, there's no room for doubt.
The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman.
May I check this real quick? A single stab, okay. Stab.
So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed?
I'm still thinking about that.
It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright.
Just a flesh wound.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
One thing I want to recheck real quick. I actually don't remember what I wanted to recheck, but I'm sure I'll remember if I look. Wire fence. I don't know about you, but if someone were to stab someone with a knife, then wouldn't the whole, like, upper part of the knife be bloody red? And not just, like, this little bit right here? One thing at a time. How did you know?
I respect the prosecutors as basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy.
The lunch lady's uniform opinion is duly noted.
Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that.
Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one.
Laid off? She was fired.
To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless.
Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr.
This boyfriend, he's a detective?
Not that boyfriend, the security guard.
That boyfriend? You have several?
Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks.
Note to self, the judge had to think before replying.
What does this imply?
Security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up to on the second level, so you can see everything from there.
That'd be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car?
Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime.
You sensed something, so you're saying you had a premonition of the murder.
It felt like, how would you say? Oh yes. It was like a feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds.
I have no idea what that means.
Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective?
Yes, well, he was like young cheese.
Young cheese?
A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn.
And I must be a hard-yarded and sharp as tack.
Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match.
In any case, there, in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind.
By garage car, you mean?
Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes.
Miss Edgeworth?
Incidentally, the knife with the victim, which the victim was stabbed, was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it?
Indeed it was.
What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, are you sure it was the defendant?
I saw it from no further than 30 feet away.
I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed.
Let's do what we can. Nice nitpick.
In testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. You are biased.
You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie.
Huh?
Ricky?
Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
That was inspiring.
I believe I heard that tagline somewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to a lowly post of a lunch lady, but my instincts are honed.
Interesting.
He took his photograph.
The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera.
I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only now just seeing the photograph?
You think I'd show it to you again? Oh, a prosecutor. Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of the criminal affairs.
Well, this is most certainly the defendant.
This is unmistakably Lana Sky! Wrong photo. Is there anything about this photo that's off? You know, Yes. Well, maybe. There's two things that I can at least, like, I don't know. Two things. So, disregarding the jacket, because that's its whole other problem. Wait a minute. Actually, no. Let's go back to the jacket. I just realized something. That's contradictory. Isn't it? I think. If you were to... This definitely seems to be the jacket that the Goodman was wearing. But, so this implies that here's the blood stab wound. But, that's not the chest. That's the right shoulder. So why is there blood on the right shoulder, not the chest? I mean, sure, there's no metal piece, and yeah, it closes in, but that's still more close to the right shoulder of the coat. And if looking back at the court record for the autopsy, it said... Cause of death, loss of blood from a chest wound. So why is that? Why is that different? So, what was the defendant doing at the time?
Chief Prosecutor was...
Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying.
Well, I'd say the blade was 4 inches long.
4? Well... Wrong... Well... Yeah, it's technically not correct, but I guess you could make a case like, I don't know. No, but that's still different, and I feel like they wouldn't point that out.
I say the blade was 4 inches long. Is that right, Miss Edgeworth? Is that your knife, after all?
Yes, that's about right.
Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set.
You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean a person.
Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor.
So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? I'm gonna try it. This doesn't feel right to me. Explain this. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife.
As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon and swirls lunch.
I'm sure it was a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Syke not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yes, it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. That's not even what I'm pointing out here. And how can you tell?
Blood splatter.
Huh?
See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat?
That's a black and white photograph. Yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Mr. Wright? I see no problem here. No problem except you.
Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse?
Got a better idea? Yeah, I think I still think that's weird. Why is it not on the why is it on the shoulder? Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took pictures the moment the witness crime.
Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies.
That's it?
If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go.
Good advice.
Not sure I understand it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves. Gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? Well, that points back to why, her hand.
It was not premeditated. She would not be wearing those gloves.
These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation.
Premeditated murder. A serious offense?
Witness, add this to your testimony.
The murder was planned. I don't think it was planned. Well, yes, it was, but that's not the reason she had the well... What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves?
The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves, of the kind used for autopsies.
In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime.
Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Mr. Starr.
This is bad. She's going to have them all thinking it was planned. She can prove this claim. The trial's already over. Gosh, think of a way to show this wasn't premeditated. Set 4. Ski ride, cool, yeah. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Can I prove that it wasn't premeditated? Come on, Karma. Our fence saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garage car. The murder is planned, the rubber gloves prove it. Wait a minute, I want to go back to... Nah. No. But it could. Okay. Witness, do you know what this is?
Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edwards' trunk.
Indeed.
Indeed. It is my knife.
What's this case? Bloody murder weapon. Defense chief, mommy, or prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony.
What's that, Rookie?
In your testimony, you say that Lena Syke planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves.
Seems like the natural conclusion. The gloves do indicate planning.
However, why would she not prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon.
Oh.
The knife just happened to be in the trunk of the car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to plan a weapon, don't forget the weapon. If you're going to plan a murder...
Order! Order!
Great. The tide is turning in our favor.
Great show, Mr. Wright. The scissors goes free.
Yeah, but Edwards on the case, so unfortunately that's wrong.
Right.
I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. This shoots a hole in the whole premeditated murder theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. Defendant Lana Skye murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need to prove. Nothing else.
Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing...
I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again.
Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought.
How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated.
Really now? Angel's deduction.
Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge a knife in again and again.
Do we even want to press you? Because you've already just made yourself incorrect.
The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. Does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it?
So if I order a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill delivery?
In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Do I even want to bother pressing? Because for the sake of old time, I'll do it. You said that, but you haven't told us how.
That's what I'm about to tell you, Rookie.
Oh, for the love of... You know what? No. Never mind. Stop lying. You say she stabbed him again and again. We can't have witnessed that.
Are you testing me? Then I'll test you.
With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Mr. Starr.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to the loss of blood. From one stab wound.
You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth.
But hung. Okay. What my objection? No one noticed?
Well, witness?
You got the crime scene set, right?
Oh, thanks.
I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible.
So, you're saying you mistook something for blood?
When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice.
Then tell us what you saw that was blood. Testify.
Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how old... The red muffler? Red muffler. Red muffler. Ah, sorry. Okay. Red muffler. I mean... Sorry, I was looking at something. Did I save? I want to save again just because I don't know if I saved. Her red muffler?
Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck.
So she can be as... Wait a minute. Nice try.
So she can be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose.
Isn't it odd they mistook that for splatter blood? For a bib?
Yeah, I want to show you. Get out.
Problem! She didn't have it. Miss Starr, I demand it. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work.
What?
The suspect was not wearing a scarf or a muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you would have proved it yourself. And you proved it yourself with this photograph.
Huh? But that... It can't be.
Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good.
In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails.
What's my objection, chopped liver?
But it was there. The scarf. No, not that, but something red, really.
Well, now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business.
What?
Very well. Witness, continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least.
Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony.
Most important part?
Part where your sister stabs a victim. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth.
After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind in a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me
Bingo.
The chief prosecutor makes his escape, but against Angel Star if resistance is futile.
Quite determined about the scarf, are you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star.
That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, cobra is a kind of snake.
Don't bother me with the details unless you want to get bitten.
No thanks.
Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snakes. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum.
An oil drum? Hard to imagine.
Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman.
Very well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. I want to try it. It's so satisfying to see when you mess up. I can do it on the first statement.
What?
Ah, whatever. So where's this partition on the floor plans?
I'm sure she means this wall next to the car.
That's right. There is a wall here, about 6 feet high.
She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do.
And what did you do then? You said quickly. Were you close to the suspect?
As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time.
Here's the pressure for more details. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? I would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr?
Yes, that's right.
But there was a chain link fence in front of you.
I went over, of course.
Amazing. Copper Queen Inlet athlete.
Would have been taking her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast.
Yeah, the fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? She mentioned a muffler. What exactly did she say?
If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony.
Cheeky.
Maybe all I heard her say was the word muffler.
Just the one word.
So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Yes, Chief Prosecutor was talking on her phone.
Phone?
She can't mean...
I get it now. I'm seeing. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene?
Yes, ultimately.
Ultimately.
My memory... It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see.
No, the court doesn't seem to stop.
Chief Prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
The wall? That's right. Near the car, there's an emerging phone wall. But that's broken. Yeah.
Apparently it was out of order.
And so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should of course add this to your testimony.
Thing I'd do to please this rookie defense attorney.
The word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? I was going to ask the same thing.
I'll say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief Prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order.
May I ask how you have x-ray vision then?
So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time,
climbed over the chain link fence.
then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone.
And you saw her doing this.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, that's right. How did you see that? There's a freaking wall in the way. Explain yourself. Miss Star, I've concluded that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky.
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unarmed by personal bias. Unmarred. Well, who would have thought that you would be my knight in the shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago.
Well, Miss Star, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this?
I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up.
Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed a crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. The emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it.
What?
Hold up. What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. When it's lied about, I think where she saw. This guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone, it would mean Miss Star witnessed crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. Sorry, I was looking at something. I think I have an idea then. Place from where where she witnessed the crime. I think it was a security room. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed. The security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Star? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Star.
Order. Witness, what have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better.
I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails.
The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, doesn't it strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? Doesn't make any sense.
Huh?
She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything.
Exactly. This photograph tells all. This defendant who's... Wait a minute. If she was over there, then who the hell took this photo? That truth still stands. It still stands. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk this without good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Oh, wait. I might have an idea of what's going on here. This was a two-person job. No, a three-person job, potentially, to frame this guy. One is the murder, which I don't know yet, but I think at the very least that Star and Marshall are the ones in the parking garage. Because who could have... The fact that that photo exists means that someone was behind the fence when that happened. Me? Who else?
Mr. Wright, let's review what we know.
Miss Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? What are my options again? Distance? It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plan and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see what change she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Star, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Guy? Well, witness?
You?
Yes?
You ordered the squid wheels, right?
The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible.
I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend.
Boysenberry for the boyfriend?
He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station.
Nah. That still doesn't work. Because the gate. You can clearly see that this is gated.
And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it.
So you have to take the long-ass way. I'm sorry.
That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking in B block.
It's quite a detour.
It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime.
5 minutes? Yeah, and a lot changes in 5. This changes things considerably.
But it was that woman over there in the suspense chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. Swear it. Swear on my finest plastic spork.
You have a point. And the spork is a wonderful invention.
Would you like another caviar lunch?
Absolutely. Uh-oh.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something.
Do I have any evidence to stop this? When has sit back and observe ever worked? I don't think it has. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could have made pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente.
I got lunchbox is the type pasta in the nuts, rookie.
5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I couldn't... But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Well, then, it seems we come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in his testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go?
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright.
I was too close. I'm afraid that the coffin queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned.
Huh? Oh, she's not done. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right?
That's the one she tried to foist off on me.
I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence.
What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunch boxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Daw.
Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
Woohoo! Triple decker! Our deference to the witness determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed.
What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time?
I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now? To the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up?
Huh. The victim's shoe. Interesting. Question. Wait a minute. I don't know about you, but that don't look like the victim's shoe. That looks like Sky shoe.
2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was of course the victim's. The other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Well, that matches up with her injury.
This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
You say the victim. What? There's blood found on that shoe.
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence?
Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself.
And you had blood tests performed.
Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics.
In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence.
What?
You must know that the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen.
Could at least study some evidence law, really.
The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged.
Right off the bat, I just want to try it. Because I feel like something don't add up. That doesn't look like the victim's shoe. And how did you even get this, by the way? Does this mean you, like, tampered with the scene? In fact, this isn't even the victim's shoe. I don't think it is. What? That never happened. Let's start repressing. Why did you lie about the 5 minutes?
I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results.
Results?
How many times do I have to say this? I saw Chief Prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing.
And why didn't you just tell the truth?
Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the law-nosed prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book.
This is when the suspect is admitting she did it.
The false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with.
And you found...
There's blood here too!
the soul issue. It's gotta be victims.
Must have dipped in Apollo's own blood. Lost blood, it's horrible.
This blood might be an important clue.
It's blood. It's my sister's, right?
Appears so. One's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime.
Poor sis. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive.
So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with the shoe.
I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen.
I'm happy for you in the lunchbox bag, really.
In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next.
So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert.
She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective.
The shoe does appear to have a bloodstain on it.
Well, the man was stabbed after all.
And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman.
As I said, there were 2 types of blood found in the shoe.
I can't say for sure that the blood belongs to the defendant with the blood test.
You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie.
Huh?
Well, speak up.
Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether the murder was committed in cold blood.
That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright.
Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types of apes with all the blood tests out there. Which means we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear.
That's pretty specific.
If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. They said there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana's skies.
The suspect's blood was found in the victim's shoe.
That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman.
Agreed.
Can't let this evidence go through without a fight.
You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Miss Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe?
I do technically have a problem with it. Another thing, hold on. Not that. Problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction.
That gleam in your eye. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a fish guts, but you couldn't take the heat, could you?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe?
wonder if you noticed, there's blood on the bottom of the shoe.
Don't mess with me, rookie. Or there'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe.
Indeed, there's quite a bit of blood here.
It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of his shoe? Wait, where's all the blood on the floor then? The problem lies in the footprint.
The footprint.
Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? As you can see, there was no trace of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort.
Order, order. Well, witness?
Great going, Mr. Wright. But it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. Then we have to ask why there wasn't.
That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. I'm just doing what I think is right, man.
What?
I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There was one vital hint to the truth in her testimony.
What are you talking about?
Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect.
The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. Predator, this one. A leopard woman.
I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty?
Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Miss Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
Witness. Well, was the oil drum empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water.
Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the real reason she knocked it over? The real reason?
Aha, you don't mean...
Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would have become evidence against her.
That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie it quite clear to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence.
It reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she'd stabbed him?
So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe?
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Miss Wright, do something, please.
What? What can I do? Her sister's convinced of the crime and she'd try and conceal it. But... enough. There's no need to further debate. The verdict, Your Honor.
Very well.
Angel Star's on the prosecution's side. How has she been lying about the water?
This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye.
Huh?
Little girl, what did you just say?
Huh?
Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox, called evidence.
Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else.
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court.
No threats don't scare the cough up, Queen. Look at this.
Huh. Fascinating. This breaks a lot of things. This makes a couple things weird to me. For one, how the heck is the knife not covered in blood the whole way? More importantly, too, where the heck's the blood stain on this side of the shoulder? Because I don't think that's... Like, let me look back at this. Is this her jacket? I don't think it is. Look at the cuffs. Oh no.
I just had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
I see no room for error in this evidence.
That's right, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo.
Hey, it's clearly wet.
Raising the last tray of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Guess I couldn't help after all.
It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems it's what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia.
Right, wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up out the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end.
This is the last piece of evidence.
Very well, it's time. I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Your Honor, wait.
What is it with you people?
Can't I hand down my verdict in peace anymore?
Whatever it is, can it wait?
No, it can't, or then it will be too late.
Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration.
So,
Right? Are you saying that there's a problem with the latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there is a problem. If I'm wrong, I've got to go ahead with this.
so since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem with the photo.
What's this?
Take that!
The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth.
Your Honor?
You just said muffler.
She wasn't talking about scarf muffler. She was talking about car muffler. A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe.
I see, and I see. What's that suspicious looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler?
So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Sorry, Mr. Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony.
What?
Let's see what Mr. Wright has on his mind. This is why you think that Mr. Wright's this case.
How do you feel about that? La la la! Oh, yeah, duh. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court.
Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's why she had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler.
Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned
was actually this exhaust pipe. If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence.
Well, seems we will have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave it in question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. But it will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed?
I suppose so. Phew, that was close. But we made it! At least for now.
This call will adjourn for 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all.
You still hungry?
Oh wow, we're just... okay. I didn't realize this case was weird. I thought we were... Are we just going straight back into, more trial?
Mr. Wright,
Huh? What?
are trials always like this with you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Like you're swimming up from the bottom of the lake about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there?
Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister, anyway?
Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers.
Probably something to do with that piece of cloth.
So, this is where we turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny insignificant piece of cloth.
I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth.
Hola, partner. Hola, partner. They say show red cloth with wool, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least.
Officer Marshall.
Well, come take a look at see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a foreign enemy territory.
Not hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there, anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have really been on edge.
Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worried that the chief prosecutor's tasting mufflers, for example.
Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf.
You don't say. Oh, that just beat all. I've seen the red breeze blow at her slit and her neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler.
What? Well, that doesn't make sense then. Why the heck?
If that's the case, then when the heck was this photo taken?
At the reward ceremony that afternoon. Edward's seen it too, I reckon.
What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the scene of the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken.
Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. But sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell.
I have a bad feeling about this.
So, where are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright?
If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs.
Alright. Time for pain.
I'd like to resume.
Are you okay, Judge? What's up? Judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is Edgeworth okay?
Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are...
It can't be. This can't happen.
I wonder what happened, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with this trial. During our research, I got...
This is unacceptable.
Wait, don't tell me I know what's about to happen.
It seems the prosecutor is quite beside himself.
Excuse me, knock knock.
Who's there?
Hi. How's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom.
Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in.
Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you.
Hello?
Oh! Sorry I'm late, Yuji. The roads are packed. It's just me. Long time no see, Yuji. Hey, Yuji. How you been? Swim much these days? Ah, hello. No. I've been so busy. Busy. Hey, Yuji. Hey, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed.
Yuji. Seem to be his nickname for the judge?
I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. I'm sorry, but who are you?
Ah, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son.
Thanks.
So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble, huh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly.
Little Worthy.
Mr. Wright,
You don't know the district chief of police. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district.
name's Gaunt. Damon Gaunt. Pleased to meet everyone.
So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it?
Well, it's Worthy here. Look at this poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this.
Hey, that's my sister's muffler.
So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think I was stuffed into that exhaust pipe.
On little Worthy's car, no less.
It's really quite embarrassing, even for... SL92. Turning this upside down, it says SL9. What's your connection to this?
What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this.
Chief, what kind of outfit are you running?
Mr. Edgeworth?
How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job?
Now, wait a minute, Worthy.
I've no desire to hear your excuses.
I'm telling you to wait. Oh, didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth?
That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I...
Your head in the clouds because you got that reward. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology.
What? Are you serious?
Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made.
This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
Question, did the red scarf get added? No, that was crazy.
This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Miss Edgeworth. Yeah. Court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
Blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not.
Could you open it up for me, I wonder?
Yes, well, I think all you do is push that switch and...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore.
Come on, just hurry up and open it.
Fine. Why can I not click?
What's a smudge? Huh, that's interesting.
Don't scare me like that.
I'm the one who's scared.
Look at this knife blade. It is broken off.
And this dark red stain. Blood? I'm more concerned about that SL9 part. Found the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. Yeah.
This is not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself.
I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police, and this knife?
Before we do that, though, I want to inspect this knife on my own first. First of all, can we look at the smudge?
There's a small tag on the knife.
It says SL92.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not sure. But it reminds me of a similar code. DL6. Maybe it's a case number?
That's weird.
What?
I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. Wasn't that long ago either.
Maybe I should check the court record again. Anything else? Can I recheck the blade? Doesn't look like it wants me to. No, it does not look like it is... Well, I know what it's talking about. It's talking about the, I wonder if I check this. Yeah, upside down, this says SL9. And it has Goodman's name on it. And this, of course, again, says SL9. Yeah. Seems like they're not going to acknowledge it yet, but... I know there's a connection there now.
Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one, really.
Department and disorder.
This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman.
Well, gee, I wonder.
That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. And the detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it.
There was a murder at the police department. A detective.
That's hush-hush information, Uji. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Order. Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might as well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. Chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course.
I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. However,
keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Well, if you don't really want me to hold up his time, then let's just cut to the chase. I'm not gonna risk getting a penalty for just talking to him when I know what's problematic. Can I connect the knife? Of course I can. Wait a second.
ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection.
This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? And honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Uji? This is great!
Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9-2.
And this is important. Why?
Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7s 12 2?
Your Honor, it's upside down.
Upside...
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn around and what do you get? Ah! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. The same thing written on the knife's tag.
Order, order. Well, Chief? Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto.
I win? Ah! What game is this guy playing? Huh? What? Why are we back in testimony?
This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room.
What? So this knife... So, wait, what? So this knife was stolen?
Yes, but it's on the day of the murder.
It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon?
Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved.
So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. It was found in the exhaust pipe of Edward's car. Two detectives were killed, one in the prosecutor's office and one in the police department. Can't be a coincidence. And that knife, what is it doing there? That was a bad day, we were in shape. Like, something happened at the police department too, huh?
You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry.
So something did happen. And why wasn't I informed?
Why weren't you informed?
Well, why didn't you ask?
No matter, I understand. You were busy with the lawless case and all.
Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department.
That's a fact! Surprising, isn't it, Uji? I'm at a loss for words.
And the perpetrator... Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested.
That was quick. But there's still lots of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto?
I suppose I could help. If you help me by giving me data on your case?
Oh, good one. This gets sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
What do I want to know? When the victim died, how the victim was killed, where they were found. How were they killed? Well, how's the detective killed? How was he killed?
Well, now that's the interesting part.
There's what we called in the force a stabbing with a knife. Knife? It's exactly the same as Detective Goodman.
That's the spirit, and we're cooking now.
But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What? What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm gonna have to press a bit harder. So I want to repress this statement then. Where was the victim found? So tell me, where was the victim found?
Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room
at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second. I've heard of that.
Evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now?
The evidence of the knife. This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence store room.
There's a connection between the two cases. Seem happy, Mr. Wright.
Happy.
We just got handed our ticket to go down on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details.
I guess one more time. Let's do the last one just for time's sake. Just for, I don't know, something's sake. When did the murder occur?
No, that's a sharp question, Righto. Very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this.
That knife.
Well... I'd say it is.
What?
Louder.
What?
It has to be a statement, right? Ah. Oh. Chief, the defense position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proved.
Huh, you don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection?
Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. Connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence.
You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here.
Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department.
See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet, and all.
Can we get the information unofficially?
Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all.
What? Really? Who I guessed?
I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay?
Can you now? Can you not now? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything?
Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly.
Oh well, I guess I might as well try and get what I can out of him. Oh, we're gonna piece together who it is off little hints. Alright. You know, give me his ID number.
Okay.
How about you tell me the victim's ID number?
Sure, why not? It's not like it knows who it is from that anyway.
Of course not, you won't tell me their name after all.
We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up.
Number's 5842189. 584129. Funny. Funny indeed.
Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82... I can't do it.
You didn't even get the first number right.
Well, that's right. Does this tell you anything?
Tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. Think. Meeting? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean?
Well, let's hear what the defenses say. You say the ID number of the detective was murdered at police department.
Tells us something weird. Witness?
What is it, Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
No, it's just... I got confused.
And this is news?
Huh? Just come out with it guns blazing, like you always do. Police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh, is it yours?
No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney. Remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman.
Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret.
Detective Goodman's ID number is 584219.
And this means what exactly?
Huh?
Wait, the ID number we had heard from the chief earlier. Let's start with 8... forgotten.
You didn't even get the first number right! Again! The number the chief of the police gave us was 584219. Wait a second, Wright. What's this mean? That's what I want to know. 2 ID numbers are identical. In our words, the detective killed in the police department. Its evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that?
Oh, sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack.
Wait! Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yeah, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time, and in a completely different location.
Order. Chief, what does this mean?
No, what I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case.
Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flushed.
Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case.
Wait. I said, wait. Or didn't you hear me? Oversight's a grave oversight. Miss Edgeworth, they're yours.
What? How dare?
We informed you yesterday.
I believe it was yep, Meekins. This one actually is on Edgeworth. In his rage, he told Meekins to go away. That's 100% what it said in that file, wasn't it?
I believe it was Officer Meekins who brought you the news.
Officer Meekins?
Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before?
Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir. At the request of the chief, sir. I got a report, sir.
You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the reports. Hard to believe.
But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident.
Detective Bruce Goodman was murdered in the police department evidence room. Miss Edgeworth, the victim's name is written on the top of the reports.
Why didn't your officer tell me?
Honestly, I'm not sure if the officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged.
I don't think that's a nice thing to say to people.
In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy.
But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I...
No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy.
What?
Now, what was the second rule of evidence law?
Well, Mr. Wright.
Huh? Oh, well, it's,
Rule number 2.
Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant?
Normally, you'd submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over there. Good job, Wright-ho, my boy.
huh? I was doing my...
No. No!
It seems we've come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December.
I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
Miss Edgeworth,
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do.
you'd better be getting results this time, really.
You have my profound apologies, sir.
For Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Miss Edgeworth?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned.
Oh gosh, why is it like getting all slow and stuff? I just realized that. The bitrate says it's been fine. Anyways, it says it's fine now.
Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room.
What's this in the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least.
Alright, let's do it.
Glad she's in good spirits. I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science waits us.
Okay.
You know, I really don't think we have to worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there.
Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie.
Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
Wait, John. Was it empty? Oil drum kicked over was brimming with water.
My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never.
Even though she says they don't get along, MS really likes her sister.
It's not at all. It's just... We're both professionals at what we do. And I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, water and that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing and that is luminal testing fluid.
Luminal?
Blood sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
Wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
We're testing bloodstains with the stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? Yeah, an extra pair of those things. Ah!
Test for blood reaction, just spray the luminal on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray. Okay, let's find us some blood stains.
Well, there's blood right here. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a bloodstain? Emma, you're shaking.
It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
The amounts. The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought you, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe.
It is pretty strange. They fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah. This stuff's pretty handy too.
Saved my allowance to buy that. Can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
Let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day.
Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it?
Guess I should give the spray on anything suspicious.
Huh. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Mr. R! You only trust your eyes, huh? Not bad, you two. This day old deli box is on the house.
Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering.
Look, a door. This must mean something.
I'm not sure doors mean anything. Leaves of cars. Dual theory. Ladder. This is where she saw a ladder. You can see it from here, yeah. That probably means that she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. Where's the security card, anyway?
Oh, this is just something I heard. Apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Star.
That woman is a force to be reckoned with.
Here, a phone. Let's see if it works.
I don't touch stuff. Sure helped us knock a hole in that testimony today. Come to think of it, this divider helped our case more than the actual witnesses.
That great divider. Chip off the old parking block.
It's just a wall, scientifically speaking. So this is a famous oil drum.
No time like the present. I'll try to kick it over myself. Yeah.
That's okay, don't cry.
Oh, Sky must be one strong woman. This rope is it?
Yep.
Miss Star climbed over this fence?
Seems so, yeah. That fence is at least 9 feet high.
Well, no time like present. I think I'll give it a try.
It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a lunchland in the Olympic scene. Prosecutors for attorneys? Alright. Ah. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. I'm this guy. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go.
Well, you never know where something might go down.
Just what kind of world do you think we live in? Well, she's not wrong. Aha! This blood must be from when Lana...
No, my sister isn't a murderer.
But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged.
Hey, just whose side you on?
It has nothing to do with taking sides. So, this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. Just keeps getting worse and worse. Anything else, maybe? Nope. Hi there.
That looks like a petrified piece of provo.
Hold on. Hold on. Ugh. Felt like I had to sneeze. Sorry about that.
Looks like a petrified piece of provolone.
Huh? No, it's my attorney's badge.
I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more on the open market.
Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least.
I had one of those until 2 years ago. Back when you're the cough-up queen, right?
I found this ID card here in this parking lot.
Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's.
But it's the same idea as the man who was killed in the police department.
That's impossible.
I wish I could be so sure. Nope. Body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car.
I think he owes me his gratitude.
Gratitude?
Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect.
I wonder.
Still, it's strange. Why did our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready?
Why do you have to switch between portraits so much? It makes it so that it takes so long.
I want to show you every piece of evidence so that I'm absolutely certain I'm correct.
What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence for that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transfer the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet.
Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident?
It was when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement.
That's when you heard her talking about the muffler, right?
Little did I know, it was a trap. The red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler.
What was this guy really trying to say, I wonder? Hot tea! Hot, hot, hot.
If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes.
So so you went straight to the scene of the crime.
I was toast chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes.
In other words, 5 minutes after the crime.
Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole of my testimony, as it were.
5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time? She's probably referring to SL9, if I had to take a guess. What do you think about this?
Oh, come on, it's the same thing.
Willie! You wanna drink some luminal? No, please don't, please don't, please don't.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Star, but...
No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry.
Sorry. You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable.
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. Chief Prosecutor Scott, I stab a man in cold blood. And that testimony still stands. I swear on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman.
I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what?
So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened a criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up.
Coughed it up.
They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Before long, they called me the cough-up queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches.
And you were like, go. Fired.
I felt that It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean...
That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable.
Disposable? To who?
2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, and the criminal got what was coming to him. Doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence. Of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well.
What could it be?
Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops. I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was practically determined. And then it was over. And he was devoted. However, he hasn't forgotten. And neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9?
There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now.
And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I came to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SLI and have disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection. So, Rookie,
What?
seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes.
Then you should take this.
A Salisbury steak lunch.
I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Ah, thanks.
Miss Star? Officer Marshall is here. Are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister. It made me jealous. He was nice to me too back then.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall. Thanks for the help. Pretty handy, I must say. Let's move out. Let's start with Edgy.
Well, this place is classy today, is it? Was yesterday.
Lily Edgeworth's not here, I'm sure.
I'm sure he's off doing important investigations.
I hope that's what he's doing.
I guess we'll come back.
I wonder. Wait. Spray. Wait. I can't spray. Oh, wait. Yes, I can. Spray. Okay. I'm satisfied. Hi. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
Detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
So doesn't make sense. The detective did get killed here after all.
So the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front office. Here it is.
It's like a kid on an amusement park.
Whoa, real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
Wait. No, stop. No. Let's give him a bit of a down and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday.
Can I take his batteries out? I can't just feel like he's going to do something naughty.
Hold on a second. I need to test this. Where did the cursor go? Like, for a split second, it, like, went away. Okay, so that's not blood. Had to make sure. Guard station. Oh, hi. Ay. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room.
So beyond the door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime.
Sure seems that way. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly. So imposing. It's hard to think straight.
If you can't handle a cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is the guard station, where's the guard?
I have a feeling I know who he is already. Look, on the floor, a lasso.
Looks like it's up to trap something.
Trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed.
Sure have an active imagination. The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. Won't open.
You thought it'd open. I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here.
There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. Bet we could use this computer to check out on who went in and out of there. Yipes, those sure are prickly. They must be a real deal.
I would think just one big one would be sufficient.
These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing out in every direction. Just like her.
I'm not so sure I see the resemblance.
It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. This swinging door makes the place look kind of like a saloon.
But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way.
Of course not. If you went through and in through there, the cacti would fall over. Ouch.
I'd say it'd be more of a yeah myself.
There's a security guard uniform hanging there.
It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly.
Leather jacket, leather pants, leather... What is that called again? A punchy? Paunchy? Pinchy? Oh, I know, a poochie! Wait, maybe that wasn't it.
It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Very well. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please, what's that?
One steak lunch, please.
Oh, see you. Detective Gumshoe.
No time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. But I really need a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
No time for despair. Guard criminal. Now we just need evidence.
Criminal? I mean,
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right?
yeah, I was on the same day the detective was killed in the park. Our detective was killed at the police department. He was a suspect. We just arrested him. Wait.
Be a scandal. It'll hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who is it?
Listen, Al. All I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Down here isn't gonna talk. Talking isn't gonna fill my belly.
Wait to leave!
Well, no more. Head down to detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's good down there having a good cry. Later.
Ran off to the evidence room.
Well, this investigation is off to a running start. If I go back here... Nope. Everyone here looks deadly serious.
Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department.
Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot.
Ugh, makes my head hurt.
Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene.
You sound dead set on investigating. Don't mess up or we could wind up dead.
I doubt anyone wants more mysterious or dead bodies around here right now. It doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either.
Still, I do feel a bit better about things. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess I did. Let's not to go too far down that road right now. This will just get confusing. Ow! Wait. Wait, don't tell me to, I think it is.
What was that?
Sir, that's what I'm trying to say. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was perpetrating against, sir. That's what I'd say. That's what I'd say. Hi. Greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworthy, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I got a report, sir.
Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center.
No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report.
No, sir, how should I say this?
Wait, he isn't... Is he? You, Officer Meekins... You didn't... Did you?
Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir.
What? What?
I'm gonna try something real quick. Hold on, this might get... Hello? Wait, hold on. Wait. Hello? Wait, no. Hello? Testing. Alright. We'll have some fun with that. This is an unexpected turn of events. His guard monitors the visitor's room. Seeing a fellow patrolman in here must make him worry about his own fate in life.
No comments from Piagari.
Pose for the fans. Poor Officer Meekins, I think he knows he's being watched. Officer Meekins, have a look at this.
Go ahead, sir. Laugh at me, sir.
Huh?
I know what you want to say. You're gonna tell me how she has one just like it.
Me? Why would I?
I know, sir, I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir.
Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I like to think there is a difference. Wait. I like to think there is a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey. That's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's it.
That's what, sir?
What? Wait. Test. Okay. Test. Oh.
Test.
What? Sorry, I'm messing around with this with the Go XLR. It's kind of funny. Apologies.
That's what?
My head was blank until the last very moment. But, sir, now I remember, sir.
You mean you remember what happened?
Correct. The car was the cause of it all.
This ID card?
Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing.
I better pry into this one a little deeper. Oh, this. Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this?
I'm sorry, sir, but really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edwards, sir.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright.
It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Officer Meekins, this is for you.
Yeah, I'm scared of knives, sir.
It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look.
That's it, sir. Last night, sir, I met someone. There was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled.
On second thoughts, you don't want to have a look. You don't have to look at the knife.
He's not reacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Officer Meekins, can you take a look at this? Nope. 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 From the day it was taken at the prosecutor's office. I didn't read the first thing, sorry.
The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk.
So this means I'm a free man, innocent. This is a dream, sir. And I hope I never wake up.
If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. Officer Meekins, could you take... Oh.
I'm scared of knives.
You don't know what a steak dinner is? I wonder. Can I spray? Okay. Imagine something actually appeared. Well, I don't think there's anything else. Day of the crime.
Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Sir.
Ow! I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
I had some business that day, sir. So I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room.
That's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall.
Marshall?
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. The suspicious person in the evidence room. The suspicious person, sir. The suspicious person. Ah!
What the heck is this guy doing?
So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went right. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center.
How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Great question.
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Why do both my clients have bandaged up hands?
Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office.
First things first. Tell us how your hand hurt. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right?
Sir. Please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir.
Alright, admittedly, I'm starting to get tired of just having to hit the button. We're just gonna go as it is.
If you are to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me as victim.
I would, but you happen to be in detention, alive, and all of that.
Now, well, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side.
So you didn't know him?
Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of life or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him. Sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime?
Well, you see, sir.
Don't you think you should just confess?
Sir, but there's nothing I can do.
Nothing you could do.
Sir, to tell the truth, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir.
Wait, what?
And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious.
Next thing you knew, you were on... Huh?
Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared.
That's some story.
This case gets weirder. Where is that cowboy? Where actually is he? What the heck? Edgeworth? Hello, you. No. You know, hold on. Move. Go here. Move. Can I don't think I ever tried spraying here. Well, it seems to be pointless. What am I missing here?
My mouth's watering. I almost hear the sound of steak frying on the grill.
No doubt it's all cold and tough by now.
No, I'm sure it's delicious. Star poured her heart into making this.
So long as she didn't put any other organs in there.
Let's see, ingredients meat.
Let's see, ingredients meat.
She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically.
Yeah. Let's hope so.
Of course, the scientists had to check what ads she used.
Go down.
Huh? Just like ours is sweat and labor.
So that's why the sauce is so salty.
No, I didn't mean to click it again.
Alright. Where should we begin? I need to be getting into the evidence room, but I can't. I can't get in the evidence room. That's the problem. So... what do I do? I know I should read all the dialogue and all that, but I really want to see story! Also because I'm immensely confused. Did I not talk? What? Nope, nope. There's gotta be something, maybe I haven't sprayed here correctly. No, that's the wrong button. What am I missing? Oh. No, this is where I found that note. 221 SL9. The SL9 is the case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. The detective in charge of the case was the victim. I wonder what kind of case the SL9 incident thing was. It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. I don't know. What am I missing? I'm probably missing everything. In all seriousness, though, I don't actually know what I'm missing at this point. Let me, I don't know, maybe I can examine things here. Maybe I should rewatch that, or read that, but... There's Gumshoe. I don't think any of this is going to change, really. What am I missing? What am I missing? I don't know what I'm missing. The problem is I can't find the friggin' what's-his-face. Marshall. 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 I still feel like I remember... I hit the wrong thing again. Nice. What am I missing? For the love of Pete. I keep hitting the wrong button. What am I missing here? What in the heck? Is there something I haven't sprayed? Stop giving me recollections to give me a purpose. Some of the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. The problem is that for some reason I can't find him. Do I have to, like, check I'll check everything again if I have to. But I don't feel like that's what I need to be doing. Again, it's just nothing's jumping out as to what's the right thing to do right now. Maybe I should represent him with everything. Oh, here we go. can you tell me what it is you do remember?
Well, sir, you might say that I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will.
Sorry, I probably skipped a lot of dialogue, but I did get a little annoyed, and I was not wanting to stay here any longer.
I didn't know what Mr. Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought...
And that's why you thought he looked suspicious.
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. Sonny pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I show you, I'm as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped him and left. At him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him.
Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir.
What happened then?
Well, sir. Everything went white. When I woke, I was here.
Right.
So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you?
What do you mean, Emma?
Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card.
In our words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim.
And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here.
They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Edgar Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly.
No, but the videotape is quite clear.
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera. The crime. I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me. It's on tape.
And you waited until now to tell us this.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, sir. I'm out of my badge. I don't deserve it.
No, thanks. I have my own. Guess we better go check out the crime scene. That took too long. Way too long. What do you mean? Okay, here we go.
Hey, Miss Wright. Who's standing at the Chief Detective's desk?
It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there is anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers. Lockers, things, under his seat cushion, personal computer, coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal?
Yes, sir! We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives was a little flustered.
Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir.
Are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
I do not know. What was I doing again? Sorry, I completely blanked out. Holy crap. I was wondering, could you take a look at this for me?
Sorry, righto. I'm through with that stuff, though, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there. The busy one.
Ah, wrong button. Wrong button. You know what? I'm gonna try something. No, I'm not actually. I was gonna try and play the controller. Nope. Nope. If I remember this case, I might not remember a whole lot about this case, but I do at least remember one thing. let's just leave it at that.
Anything?
Is that guy gonna say anything? I'm also wondering, is this case only gonna be 2 days? Because it feels like it's gonna only be 2 days at this rate. Like, 2 days of investigation, 2 days of, or 2 sections of investigation, 2 days of, or like, well, it's not 2 sections of, trial. It's technically 3, but they did it in weird order, I guess. Are you just not gonna react at all? You want a steak? Is Everest going to be okay?
Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year.
You mean the incident of Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sitting in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto?
On karma.
Allegedly was undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say.
Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation.
Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
It's downright hard, I tell you, detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean.
There, being the prosecutors, I assume?
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this? What evidence is this?
Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much anyway.
You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job keeping the chief of detectives trapped shut.
He was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that? Whoops.
Wonder what it was. Let's say wanted the chief of detectives to do.
See if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Am I supposed to show you things? Look at my stuff. You know what? No, actually, I don't want you to look at my stuff. Go away. Who am I supposed to be talking to again at this point? I don't remember. Actually, wait. Up there. I'm so confused. Wait, hold on. Say it one more time. Let me try not skipping. You want the chief of detectives to do.
Where am I going?
My head hurted. Wait. I just remembered something. Sorry I had to see that. What's that just Chief Police want you to do? I'll see over there. That's Goodman's desk. Want me to check if anything that might get a clue. Took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
Nothing belonging to Detective Goodman still?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
Kept something.
Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost time report, but it's only half complete.
Detective Goodman lose something?
The outing is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Can I, for the love? Ah! You wanna look at this? Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright-o asked me for help.
I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room.
No, Wright-o.
Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate at all.
Wright-o, please. Do I look like a selfish man?
Huh?
Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's content. Knock yourselves out.
Just to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Hey! This is Detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for the guy, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along now and do your best now. Later, folks.
Looks pretty cool in my light. Oh, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID.
Seem happy.
Yes, sir.
I think this place is a bad influence on this girl. Please let me enter that room. How long have I been here for? Ah! Wait, no, I have to actually examine it, don't I? Evidence room's beyond that door. Now! After so freaking long, let me enter.
Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Huh, the car is turned off, see?
What's that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partner. Well, well, what's made my bambina sky so gray?
Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him?
What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? Does it make some ice? This here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
So the carburetor's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions.
Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres.
You're busy then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't want to just speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres.
Well, how about that little
Persuasion, if you will.
That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Starr.
What's this for? What's this?
What? What's wrong?
Boy, steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
Alright, Bambina, you win. Yes.
Finally, it seems like...
He's willing to talk.
Nope. 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 Badger jump scare. You gonna react to anything? Nope. Ah!
Alright, fine. Fine.
Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's a easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
Oh, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Mickey.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, might not look it, but I lost my fight for the job, you know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here, anyway. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't say egg to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in your next steak, you know?
Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all they got. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved in the record books. It smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name of so many people, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago. The day of our case.
That's right. The evidence transfers.
Edgeworth was talking about the transferals, too.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my sticks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon that might be.
Security guard, and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. Card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through.
So this is the ID card record. Hey! I've seen that somewhere before. Hey, look, it's mine now.
Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you my with the maps.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but can you explain this whole transferal thing about?
We don't keep evidence from the solved cases in this room. They kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in an underground vault at the county sheriff's department. And that's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transfer is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Well, I can prove to you something.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 5842189.
Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Look at the fourth number. It's a perfect match.
It was used at 514, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
Wait, what did Miss Officer Meekin say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do?
That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
That wasn't Goodman then. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
Alright, compadre. You win. I guess I can give you this ID card. A record.
I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here.
Starting with you.
Sure.
Ah.
Alright, fine. For once. Evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here.
So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyard's supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Ah.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So it's true what I heard. I said, please, do I look like a selfish man? Hey, if everyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead and investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, that's true.
So chief police, God, will loan anyone $50, even me.
Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for the day.
Just for a day.
But
Boss for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're a boss for the day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you won't have this.
See the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Boss for day.
So, Detective Gumshoe, you're the boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare tomorrow.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. My own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, have it, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
Wait.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens.
Sorry, I had to take a drink of water.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is in the inquiry committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. Vessel 9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe you can tell us more about the case.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Well, I'm on my third card since entering in force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exact, pal. Law for each code is each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handle, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it,
Stop. You get shocked.
if that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the lockers aren't that obvious. There are some people in force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Interesting. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Before we continue any further, I want to start with this. Anything? Slide.
Aha! Blood.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What? That's the matter.
What's the matter, detective?
No, this locker, it's mine.
Serious?
Please, you have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify I won't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
It's an important clue. I'll jot down the floor plans.
Count on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective.
What's this? Blood.
It's a little warm, but there's definitely a handprint here.
Looks like someone tried to wipe it off.
Mr. Wright, was there other bloodstains in the room?
Let's use this testing fluid.
What's this? What's this saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn time, true art has always been in a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger.
Well, this is my studio.
Here, in the evidence room.
Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker is covered with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like this?
Well, it's be hard to get open again if we close it.
It's empty. You must have taken the contents elsewhere.
Someone left a glove here, but only one. SL9 again.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. And that's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean SL9? Does have a tag on it.
This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams.
Not so sure about the dreams.
One open.
Do you really think it would?
Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's really from the case.
The case?
SL9 incident, pal. See the stickers on one of the pieces?
Our piece of SL9. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before, or whatever, was broke.
You want to try and put it back together?
Good luck, pal. There's no job for amateurs. Mine's been a good 3 hours prior to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Anything? That's up top. Let's see how long it takes Kane to figure this out. Bingo. What? Bingo. Hey. Good. Good. There it is. There's just a piece missing.
Huh? Well, I guess we did, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Are some pieces stolen?
But they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
And it's also bloody. At least a jar.
Why are some of the pieces missing? 2 doesn't seem a little unstable. No wonder it broke.
Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What a sorry looking fishing pole that is.
That's my personal pole. Never did get around using it.
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Oh yeah, it's the thing that gave Von Karma a heart attack.
Right, pal, it's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out in Cord Lake, remember?
Oh right, wow, that feels like ages ago. And... I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, what? That's a bug sweeper. Sure, it'll come in handy and sell in some case sooner or later.
Cheap-looking box?
Can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart.
Look at the big pile of junk in the corner.
This looks like a car door.
There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy that caused some sort of escape artist and got away?
Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
There's something sticking out here.
Looks like a shirt. Guess it must be evidence for some case.
Where did Detective Gumshoe put this here?
There you go, pal. Make me out see some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence. That said, but that evidence locker was open recently.
How do you know?
You leave things hanging out like that, their evidence gets ripped or shredded. It gets dirty or ripped. Guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies detective responsible. The only time that if I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence.
Sounds felt like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot.
But he didn't tuck his shirt in under that trench coat either.
If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Alright, I think we're finally time to start looking at stuff. We got a whole lot of evidence now.
Hey look, they're hard to make out, but there's some dark red stains here.
Looks like blood.
Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed?
Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. Sure as evidence in the SL9 incident. It might be when the blood got on it.
Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom.
That's weird. Wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of this bottomless jar?
At least it doesn't collect dust inside it, right?
Sure. Texas SL911. Guess this is another piece of evidence from that case.
You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing.
Huh? What's so confusing about it?
Do you know how many words it sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag.
Zag? Is that a word?
You challenge me?
Are we playing a word game now? Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. Good. Oh, I have to show him, like, how are we connected here.
Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. Edwards was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edwards' first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
But why would evidence that's from that case just turn up now?
Guess not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left in that case. Now, that was a bloody, violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder.
Serial killing.
Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
The killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill.
Rumors? About forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident. See?
So, the switchblade knife...
Victim took the knife out of the evidence.
The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Why is it broken? Ah!
Can't open the lockers if fingerprint don't match. Can you open it, I'll give you 50 cents.
No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all,
Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office.
could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
What?
What is it?
That's the second number.
It's not your ID number, is it? Did it come to you?
Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What?
Why would Mr. Edgeworth have to come to this evidence room?
Oh, I just did it again. I meant to check it.
So we know two of them now. Bruce Goodman's and Edgeworth. So Edgeworth at some point came into this room. But why? Examine. Can I examine? Yes.
You sure have a lot of monitors in here.
There's 8 cameras in that evidence room and all. One for each section.
Which marks the section where the crime took place?
Why do kettles sip before the rain comes? It's not for man to know.
Unless you're the security guard responsible.
Nope. 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 At this rate, I'm not even gonna be able to finish it. May I ask who on this list,
Stop! Stop!
oh, it's not in here. Wrong. Take a look at this. No. Why is this taking so long? I want to get back to the actual cool part! Art? Really, why?
Oh, it's so shameful or something like that. Shameful, I told none to...
Oh, right. I forgot.
It did say. Check the rest of this room. Aha! Why was there that much blood in the... That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood.
Maybe
Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
Spruce says something really happened in front of this locker. Make a note of it on floor plans.
Hey, you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't ask.
Okay. Photoing. Who goes what and where? Maybe there's got no, yeah. Where are the cameras? Hmm. What? What? Ah! Ay, ay, ay. It's admittedly starting to annoy me. I didn't think I'd be here this long. And I don't want to present everything to you because I know if I do... See this? Victim's ID card. Oh, it's just the same stupid... I'm about to eat my mic. Ah! Anger. Pure anger. What am I supposed to do, game? I don't understand anymore. There's gotta be some more blood in here that I'm not seeing. What am I missing? I've been stuck here for 10 years! Certainly feels that way. It's gotta be something that I'm missing with the spray. Mother, son of a... Ah! Whatever. Why am I getting reaction here? There's no reason for the murder, touch the spot, flood the road. Might just be something significant.
Hey, that's a pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I was borrowing $50 from the chief.
Where do you get this, Emma?
I just bought it from mail order.
Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans.
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Something you need to get going to?
This is Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee. Should be letting out soon. I'm gonna give him my...
Huh?
Might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of the flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth talking about. I'm sure you can read his report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumdrew?
I'm off, pal.
You should probably see what Edwards has to say. Sorry, it's looking at something. Alright. Looking like a shirt. Oh, I'm sorry for kind of just rushing and getting impatient, but it's just, again, that happens when I just... It just got on my nerves. Why are you here? Ah, guest. My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Ah, Miss Edgeworth. I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Right. Guess the hotel bringing tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really?
Is it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth.
Or Mr. Edgeworth, I would think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
So how did inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided not to treat this as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. Gave me a warning. You're lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave me control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes, any further investigation of this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. Let's see.
Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I've nothing to be ashamed of. But still...
Wow. I've never seen this out of sorts. Oh, right. I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I just asked to go there. My chief, Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
I wanted evidence for the case that wrapped up half a year ago. AI6? Team? He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? Would have to be it would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief has never wanted to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it is?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with this current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with this current case. Too much evidence, man. The text says AI 16.
What's that got to do with anything?
Doesn't really. This was ever said. Why would you screwdriver? It seems very inconspicuous. You're the man who I have the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you this sooner or later. You must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gunt. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why the deputy chief of police was on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister, what?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminal testing fluid, huh? Well then, you might have use for this.
Aluminum power for taking fingerprints.
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your power and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks.
How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well?
Well, let's get it going. One last investigation.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. I assume I just go here. Oh. Oh wow, everyone's gone. Nice. Investigation turned up on a suspicious handprint.
Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
Finger?
Choose it. Each finger leaves us different, be behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose a finger that will have the clearest print.
Really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose finger.
Choose the thumb.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
The center, see?
Ah, looks like that did a trick.
Aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
How do you do that?
With E. See?
That looks like fun. Might take some getting used to. No, 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 no.
You did! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now you mention it, it doesn't.
What does it mean?
I think it means we're out of luck.
Wearing gloves. We've been wasting our time here. Alright, why don't we look for our prints? Seems like there are fingerprints outside Bloody Hand.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yay! The print's so clear it's dazzling!
Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
We're not done yet. It's quite a process.
No point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is. Look at that fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. Point out the person you think left these prints.
So whose fingerprints would most likely find on the evidence locker? Match found. It's Gumshoes.
These prints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Something wrong, Mr. Wright? So what, look. I guess that's probably because I was singing. So what? It's sympathy. If I remember correctly, there's one other handprint, yeah.
It's alright, come on.
Okay. Try that. Oh, for the love of...
I just hit the strap.
Oh, I think I have to put the controller back in because it's not, like, clicking properly. I don't know what's going on, but it won't work, so... Is there anything? Oh, wait, what? No, I didn't mean to hit that.
Oh, part's not complete.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Thank you.
Hi, hi.
Nah.
It's Jake's, I think. Oh, for the love of it. Now I'm starting to just get annoyed. Alright, Jake. Why is your hand here? Is this your locker then? These fingerprints, they... Who are they? Someone I know? It's Officer Marshall.
Officer Marshall?
Emma, this is slightly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. We have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. Why would Officer Marshall? Looks like an investigation has finally turned up some results. Is this what you called decisive evidence? I don't believe it. How much longer do we have? Trial former.
What do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time.
And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
How they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all night, so how'd it go? As Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. What do they mean? We agreed that if I told them the truth about simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. Lana! Tell me, much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
The Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's a trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, do you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Finally, we're back to this. That took too long. I'm pretty sure that took 2 hours long. Ay. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car.
Wow. This was one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder of the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Well, that's what sets Mr. Edward apart. He sounds so on top of things. You know he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. But well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. A suspect? Even a so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murder, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you...
Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edwards, help me. Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Can't fault him for a lack of common sense.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed to the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. suddenly attacked. Fought for my life, and I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you.
Doing to others for what they do unto you. That's the Meekin's family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Well, you know what that means. Time to press. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many of our officers were given special orders not orderly performed.
I was in charge of guarding Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger.
Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. I was ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After our award ceremony finished our day, there were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right around here on my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is! I found it! It's the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir, it's 549899596. That's my number, sir.
I see.
Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown being used twice. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. First time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to go get after him and settle everything down.
I see. So it was during the second time when...
Yes, sir, that was when I spotted the man on the security camera.
Interesting. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, it looked like as surprised as I was.
Why is that the kind of person someone would want to run into?
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe you just kept your cool, your hand went beat.
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
What exactly do you mean when you say you didn't?
I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
Took his knife.
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
See. He must have been desperate.
Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in the sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew,
Yes?
he punched me right in the face, sir.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh. Right. According to the report from the police officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice.
I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came round, though, I made sure to finish my mission.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I turned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor.
Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point.
Um,
Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. Sent to my jail cell. Chief Cunt delivered it to me just this morning.
The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. Videotape. It ain't it footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked to do such a tape. I was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder. It scares me.
A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? Ow. Wait, how the... How'd the guy get out? Aha! Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a blue badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway, the tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. You have in this room, and Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness' testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir.
Mystery Man.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must have been him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective that belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the scene of the crime would have to have been Detective Goodman. But well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead. But everything begins with the contradictions. That's where I have to start. I'll be completely honest with you, I didn't even read a single word of the contradiction of the testimony. I kind of just... It went in one ear right out the other. Alright, let's start with pressing. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face. I believe I would be classified as the latter.
Latter? You were standing right in front of him, were you not? What's that point? You are the person who fought him, are you not?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not some kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see?
Same. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, suppose you might say that. That is if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, you can only verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? Finally, we upstairs and stabbing out.
Meekins! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
Let me open up.
I want to see something. Can I check the video again? Like, I think you're able to... Yeah. Oh, I thought you were able to, like, fast forward it and stuff. Wait! It's open! The wait! Wait! It was open! Meaning anyone could have opened it. Anyone could have done it. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? The video contains such contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let's further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Miss Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in a video? This is the first time I've had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is, though. Those things are locked. Those things are open if that light's up. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction? Bingo. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins?
Sir, you mean to me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Not only that, but yeah, the cloth appeared. When the victim reaches for the handle, I'll open the locker. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would have detected and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show an officer to keep their mouth shut. Oh, then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Your Honor? Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Mr. Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed system sensor.
Something jam sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't... You didn't even give me a chance to read it. Whatever. Oh! Bingo! Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I just showed you. What's it? What's this? Something might fall out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when the doors are open. I often fall and roll at great distances when I open my car doors.
We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Why do we have to watch this in slow motion? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 or 3 times I get stuck in a door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, but it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out. Well, on the defense, please present the relevant info. Well, I mean, you can look at the video itself and tell, but it's the glove. Rubber's a great insulator, ain't it? I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that this was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locked door. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, you want to read it, sir?
Order, order, order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
Defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins? Please testify about this.
Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure who you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man number 2.
There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
That is a pretty hard one to break. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. What confuses me is who's the lucky sevens? The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why was there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now, let's move on to the cross-examination.
We're getting closer. I can hear the music saying, telling us we're getting close. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this is to be rock solid.
Yes, sir. Solid stone, sir. My hand wasn't wrapped in bandages. I'd have given a V for victory sign, sir.
Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone then were to steal it from you? Keeping it out in the open like that.
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in the car door? Well, the remaining time my ID card gets stuck. Instead of door closing, my ID card chokes me.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card, but the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. I'd be noted that this is the record of the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Teddy Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor.
Mommy! Why am I the murderer?
Got the wrong color. Got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let's continue the cross-examination.
Must be so difficult for him.
Earlier, I believe you testified that when you showed the man and when you asked the man to show his ID card. He pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. You didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if you had his ID card, all you had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe I just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
Problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth missed something like this. Admittedly, I'm not seeing it. Ooh, eh. Also, I think a storm's coming, so also, ooh, eh. The detective had to use his card. Why am I being oblivious here? Oh yeah, wait. I just remembered something. What am I forgetting? Nope, not that. Hey, Wright, could you say it to me, the player? Wait. What am I forgetting here? Ah! Hey, wait a minute. I am being really dumb right now, aren't I? What am I missing, Phoenix? Oh. Oh! No, he didn't! That's right! I forgot about that! Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not complaining, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence for you. Very important clue regarding the victim ID card. Lost report item reports. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? Well, I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. Officer Meekins, the man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to surmise this defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, The man in the evidence room after Meekin's encounter was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. Oh, why do I have a feeling I know what's about to happen? First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked.
Second, the victim lost his ID card.
Am I correct so far, right? I have a bad feeling. Having a case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then a murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Yeah, and that puts the pressure back on Sky. That is... Oh, I guess that's right! Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed to be content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. The real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, the prospector's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness.
Observe the moment the defendant used a murder weapon.
Now might be the time to pull out that trump card. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It's all trapped from the beginning. Activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Miss Officer Meekins encountered? Where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. You have to do something else, Your Honor. What do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? There is one thing. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I also walked right into the prosecution's trap. I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? The cross-examination's proven one thing and one thing only. The scary video did not show the actual murder. But there are things to prove that a murder did take place. Are we going to show? However, it cannot be said that is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? It is called to examine this further. Other witnesses will be necessary. The prosecution prepared. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This might be my chance. Time to recall certain Texas Rangers as stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have a reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Well, Mr. Wright, this person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name?
Jake Marshall.
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. Seems you figured out everything out.
I haven't figured out anything.
But Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright's trying his hardest to protect you. I don't ever recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around on the duty. And Zobanoff, you call me here. I've seen half of your people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! I don't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay, so have you brought what I asked?
Oh. You mean that's right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you, Asmir. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
SL9 incident.
Milana, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought. Here. Might do well to read them.
Can't believe you, I can't believe you. The Chief Prosecutor were a witness in that case.
The Sky was a witness. Files for the Joe Dark killings 2 years ago.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders.
Let's take a look. Incident number SL9, closed. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Trial data. Head prosecutor was Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses were Lana Sky and Emma. Wait. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman, Jake Marshall, and Angel Star. What in the heck's going on here?
Oh, what? Now about your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me.
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there. I don't know. Unless... No. Couldn't be Lana. This SL9 isn't... Is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. No! That's over with! No!
Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? Just remember, I gotta be somewhere. Zorbel, I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth.
Not to mention Lana and Emma.
Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
Better take a good look at this file. I should be able to finish it, but it's going to probably take a long stream to do. But I'm willing to do it because I wanted to try and finish this trial in one episode. And at this point, sorry, one episode, one stream. At this point, if I gave up now, I think I would just have a super short next stream, which I don't want, really. Just the two of us. Well, technically 3.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The fit officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? No, I'm just this man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know, you're the patrolman. As for my name, if you listen enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. That's correct.
According to the papers, pardon? What do you mean? A desperate soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we just go on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime.
In plain old English.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon when it went down. At the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you know about these.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint inactivated locks on the evidence locker?
Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
I just was like, I don't want to deal with this. It's your job now. I mean, it is, yes, but at the same time, well, there's something I immediately want to show him that makes something a little weird to me. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time I went down. Yeah, about that. May I question this? After all, you were on this. What? Fine. Whatever. Ops Prav. How's that did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entered the recordings.
You interred them?
Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life.
This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't doing him any good. So in actuality, you didn't physically enter the evidence room.
They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard what I said, bud? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know joined the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in this evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove that's stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say that I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How's this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism.
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how the bike works.
That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some undetectives are unaware of their presence. I mentioned it. Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem to be relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what happened we were doing?
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that powers
On your sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duty to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what
I hope this has taught you a lesson at least.
That's strange. This is usually where Edward says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" Out of ammo, Officer Marshall.
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west to the sunset.
One thing seems to be clear. Despite being responsible for the gone evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card in my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Storm's getting a little loud. Let's do it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. After all, you were in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm a caretaker of that crib. I pay my respects, I just make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
I only wish it were there, sir. You see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what is the meaning of this?
Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. Blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on their shoulders.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall?
About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my handprint was by chance. The blood-stained fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know that the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. No. This explanation appears valid. Although there's room for doubt, life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because you, how'd you put it, pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing.
That locker happens to be mine. What? What?
What do you mean? What I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, that was a heap of broken dreams. Let's see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. It must be using fingerprint lock this all this time without even knowing it. Found on a bloody handprint on what? So then, what about the bloody handprint?
Wasn't mine, so it's no mystery.
Please explain.
The locker is covered with my fingerprints.
Just so happened. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite.
Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1.
Get the one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why?
Unrelated.
They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly like, they're totally different.
I don't see why homonyms have to do with this. How did you know this? How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It's found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, we think we tried that.
So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves
happened to place a hand on the top of Officer Marshall's fingerprints.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
The seal blood is a dessert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and it's this. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
Ah. Alright, time for this. Too bad it wasn't you in that video, was it, partner? It ain't that funny. What? How? Let's try this again. What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to this crime, yeah, right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spot?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for speculations, Mr. Wright.
You'd show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or I might wind up being the one making the or you might be the one making the mistake. Come on! Bringing your attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seeing the video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video.
A locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. And... voila! Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. It seems that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my lock was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Murder need to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault you haven't choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm one man?
So I'm about to say, like, I don't even think we have to show evidence for this. I mean, we might have to just explain to this man solely, but... Sir... I hate to break it to you, but fingerprints...
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know.
Hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah, I call you bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it.
A fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives that they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Seth Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, locks aren't that obvious. There's some people in the force who don't even know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
I only got one word for you, partner. No!
Order, order! Witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever seen or heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall.
Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole, please answer the question.
What is he now, a bullfighter?
That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Markins didn't see Officer Marshall. Did I say Markins? I meant Meekins.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. I was gonna try and do this damage list, but I don't know actually where it's pointing at. And I also kind of lost concentration.
The pain! Where was he? Oh, I'm stupid.
But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed this detective at the crime scene.
Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled out a knife on me.
Something about that officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter his evidence room. So he must have been carrying it.
The answer's simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for this. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break it, Detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I do! I do! And it makes something even weirder.
I can't say I particularly care for your cooperative disposition.
I can't say I care about your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Mr. Wright.
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're not the one who couldn't take the dessert heat.
This can't be happening. It's so obvious. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime.
Yet he did, despite the chance it might have been discovered, later as it had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put that cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so that video is my only shot.
Let's take another look.
Bingo.
For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman. Entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet.
Yes.
However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat.
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you had to hide the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're all happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it.
All right. It seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die.
I stole the detective's ID and stress circum. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. He managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I get the feeling I know why the pot was there now. When you say it, you mean
Do you even have the ass, partner?
Vessel 9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer that day.
Not if I have anything to do with it. Yet that incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look at the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much?
That day was my last chance. That's why
Wait. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
if I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card and left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
So that's why that was there. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint and activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But you could because a rubber glove would just happen to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Huh. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. Now I planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins. Suddenly a one-in-a-million type person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked out Officer Meekins and...
So you did your research beforehand?
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in a struggle with Officer Meekins.
Someone was in the security room, and when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what he's saying is on that day. But the blood found on the scene certainly indicates the crime took place.
But he's blind. What are you, blind? The victim showing that tape is me. Now I'm not yet dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What?
Miss Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country.
Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring the police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason that the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dock was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dock case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I didn't intend to complain how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down that trial. Something no one will ever talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned about that incident? Yep. This is gonna be the thing that brings him into this, I believe. I think it's gonna be bringing in our true culprit. Alright, let's try it. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall? Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What?
A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now that I remember,
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother.
He was investigating the murders with Damon Gantz, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dock. My brother fought Joe Dock and was killed. That was the first time Dock left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dock. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions.
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say.
No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day that the SL9 case could have been reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him. Yeah, I accidentally skipped that. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. And we're back to square one. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. And at exactly the same time as the murder prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on in the police department. Chance. It's gotta be more than that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lena Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday, though it yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All the mysteries of the police department have been solved. No doubt about it. A sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah! I rest my case.
There's no room for doubts.
Hey, well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tapes was really fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Court finds the defendant. Here we go.
Your Honor, wait! Emma! The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor. Oh, and please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is a minute of your time. Please hear me out.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the 09 incident referred to the Joe O'Dar killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of the blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No. But I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Mr. Wright, you're a professional. Anyone could save Lana, it's you.
Me.
Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident of the police matter, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears that the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
I'm sorry, it can't be of more use. Still.
If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? I want to check something. I didn't even think about this. Let me look at the tape. Shoot, it's covered up. Covered up by that stupid thing. Ah. Could there be something I'm missing? This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans.
Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
That's probably the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Fake well, Mr. Wright.
All the evidence here. There's gotta be something I can use. Which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Isn't it this?
As I say.
Oh, it didn't even penalize me. What? That's cool.
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So?
So watch what happens to him and when we put him in here. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
what?
that's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible
To place a handprint at this spot in the locker.
What? So that means...
just what does that mean?
It means it can't be done. What are you saying? All traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put there.
Think it through scientifically. On the afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean his blood mark was left before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I want to balderdash in my courtroom.
May sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. February 21st, in the police department's evidence room. Blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on his tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. Problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on his tape. It had to have been...
Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur? Prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Tell us, when did this first incident occur? Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Is it this? What is it? Whip. Wait. Aha! I found who Sevens is. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card?
Oh, the ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at,
Let's see, 450.
the crime took place then, it would be 440. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done?
Never would have figured it. You had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot to figure it out. It could have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
Just give him the luminal blood test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood was wiped away from the first crime by the real murder. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim and carry his body away. And clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
I would mean... for Edgeworth injured.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card remaining. 777777.
Talk about a lucky number. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
As there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have been entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777.
He's looking to say, find out whose ID card is 77777.
That's one 7 too many, Your Honor. Fortunately, I am unable to look up the owner of the ID card. At least at present. What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 70s... ID number 7s belongs to someone with the rank of Captain or higher. Someone who's is a so-called executive officer. You don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, right? There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge.
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I appreciate it. Get your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question.
Yeah?
No, not you, to her, the defendant over there. Your own little executive.
Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number and it's not 7s.
Don't play fool. That's partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. That's not an incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Miss Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. I didn't really want to do this, but I probably am going to go ahead and just end the... no. I'm gonna wait. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defender, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you did...
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Well, that allows us to bring in who we want.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
No.
No!
Well, honest remarks caused quite the stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. I thought this was going to be way shorter, it was, but man, was I incorrect! Tell you what, here's what we'll do instead. Since we're not going to be able to finish this trial, we'll just save it for another day. Thank you all for watching. Yeah, I don't know, bye.